Yesterday we commemorated that it's the 5th edition already of the CESI Summer Days, and the focus of this year is on a new quality jobs roadmap and the role of active labour market policies, which of course is very important in light of the challenges the EU is facing, given the changing geopolitical context, but also certainly given what we call the triple transition of the green, the technological, but certainly also the demographic transition. That all impacts, of course, how labour markets function. But I think it was also very important, and I think that's what we're going to focus on now on day 2, that we don't speak only about the macro challenges and opportunities for labour markets, but that we speak about the people involved. So today we really, especially in the first panel, we will look at what does this mean and how do you create more inclusive and sustainable labour markets, and also ensure that indeed people that are currently outside the labour market, such as unemployed, but also inactive people, disabled people, women, because there's also a heavily gender element of labour market policies that we need to take into account. So all of that is going to be the focus of the first panel. So I'm very honored to invite 5 panelists to the podium to be here with me, starting with Mary Collins. Mary, you're the Secretary General of the European Women's Lobby. It's great to have you with us, because yesterday when I asked where and what we need to focus on, that the gender element came up very strongly. So it's really good to have you with us. Then we have Mateusz van Drewski, CESI, yes, you can, CESI Youth Representative. It's of course very important, especially also with the changes for the labour market in light of what young people face these days. So it's great to have you as well. Then we have Patrick Vree from Dutch trade union CNV. Patrick, it's also very important to have you joining us from the Dutch perspective. And we have Roberta Lully, the Senior Project Officer at the European Disability Forum. And as I said, I think also the disability perspective is very important to bring in, so please do join me here. And of course, last but certainly not least, we have Hendrik Merkram from CESI. So Hendrik, it's very good because you have been very active in also the organization of these 2 days, but I think it's also really important to have you here joining us for the substance of discussions. You probably have seen from the program that we had initially a bit of a different mindset with a few different speakers, but it turns out that this is a very busy week. I can testify myself that this week I think it's the 4th conference that I'm speaking at. So clearly a few of the speakers that we initially had invited had to cancel. So that means that we have also, in addition to the very experienced panelists that we have with us this morning, a few video testimonials. And before we go into the discussion, I would like to ask our technical staff to start with 2 of them. Then we go to the discussion, where we also indeed bring you in from the floor. So please think about your questions or your comments already. And then at the end, I will also ask the staff to play 2 other testimonials. So we start with the testimonial of Oliver Rupke. Oliver is the Secretary General of the European Economic Social Committee. Then we have the video of Lee Anderson, member of the European Parliament. And 2 of them have a really interesting contribution to the debate. So I would like the staff to play the video of Oliver Rupke and Lee Anderson for us.
Dear colleagues, dear Romain, dear Klaus, thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute on behalf of the European Economic and Social Committee with this message. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person today, but I would like to congratulate the European Confederation of Independent Trade Unions, CESI, for choosing the theme of quality jobs for the summer days. Your event is a timely reminder that decent work must be at the heart of our social and economic agenda. In today's changing world, helping people find quality work, learn new skills, and thrive into the labor market is not just a goal, it is a necessity. This is where active labor market policies come in. They include a variety of measures, from training and apprenticeship to job placement, wage subsidies, and support for workers' mobility. But to be truly effective, they need to do more than just react. We need policies that anticipate the future, preparing workers for the green economy, digital transformation, and global shifts in industry. That means, for example, investing in lifelong learning as an individual right for everyone. Active labor market policies must include people in quality jobs. These are good for workers, but also for competitiveness. When workers have fair pay, job security, and a voice at work, they perform better. They innovate, they stay, and that drives productivity, resilience, and long-term growth. The European Union has set the goal of 78% employment rate by 2030. We've made considerable progress toward this target, but numbers don't tell the whole story. When we look at the quality of the jobs being created, the picture becomes worrying. Insecure, precarious jobs that don't allow for decent living, unpredictable pay, in-work poverty, bad working conditions. Jobs for which workers are overqualified and which do not give the possibility to train and keep skills up to date. This is simply not acceptable. It is not the fair social Europe we strive for. The European Economic and Social Committee has long defended the principle of quality jobs because we believe that decent work is the cornerstone of a just society. We are encouraged to see that our calls have been heard, and we now look forward to the European Commission's upcoming initiative. At our last plenary session, we have also adopted an opinion to contribute to the new action plan on the European Pillar of Social Rights. We have asked for an additional quality job target in the action plan and for useful and implementable indicators in this area. The committee has also called for legal and administrative measures in member states to make sure that workers have stable jobs and safe working conditions, including protection from new risks like algorithmic management. Workers must have fair and predictable pay, and the adequate minimum wage directive must be properly implemented. And let me be very clear, not confirming the minimum wage directive by the European Court of Justice would be a serious setback for social Europe, but also for the credibility of the European Union among working people. We have also pushed for a well-organized way to have workers' voices heard in the workplace. Active labor market policies can be a powerful tool on this path, provided that they are inclusive and well-funded. Strong public employment services are also critical for advising and helping people find work that matches their skills and values. But that requires sufficient resources and appropriate staffing. All these measures must be grounded in social dialogue, where unions have a seat at the table. Trade unions have always fought for fairness, dignity, and opportunity at work. Now we must lead the way in asking for quality jobs and shaping policies that empower workers, reduce inequality, and drive sustainable, inclusive growth. Because the future of work must work for everyone, not just the few. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, my name is Li Andersson. Unfortunately, I am unable to join you in person today, but I am sending you my warmest greetings from the European Parliament, where I chair the Committee for Employment and Social Affairs. I would also like to thank CESI for our fruitful cooperation during this mandate. Dear friends, examples from the previous mandates, such as the minimum wage and platform work directives, demonstrate the EU's potential to address issues that affect the daily lives of workers. It will be important to have legislative initiatives during this mandate as well. This is connected to the European social model, which has long given us a competitive advantage by ensuring our quality of life, social mobility, and economic equality. We perform well against our global competitors in these areas, yet these elements of our competitiveness are often overlooked. As the Draghi report also points out, workers' rights are central to growth and to competitiveness. The importance of trade unions and active labor market policies cannot be overlooked. Unions have been shown to positively impact wages, productivity, and employment levels. Real competitiveness can only be achieved by investing in well-being, in education and skills, as well as social and technological innovations. It is also about creating quality jobs through the cooperation of social partners. The vision is of workplaces that engage in constructive collective bargaining and respect workers' rights to organize, to adequate pay, safety and social security, and active skills maintenance. They also take equality and non-discrimination seriously. All of these aspects contribute to both the economy and the quality of life of workers and our whole societies. To succeed, we need an active and balanced labour market policy, and in challenging times, we must recognise our strengths, and for Europe, that is our social model. I wish you a very successful summer days, and thank you very much.
Well, many thanks to the President of the European Economic Committee, as well as to Lee Anderson, Member of the European Parliament. I think, Mary, I would like to turn to you to start with, because both of them stress the importance of quality jobs. And it's interesting, especially when you think about the gendered elements, that actually a lot of women have underpaid jobs in sectors like the healthcare sector, in the care sector. Also, for them to enter the labor market, they need provisions in place, such as care provisions for their children, but also for older people, because they oftentimes take care of parents and elderly people. So if you look about the policies currently in place, and especially Anderson alluded to the importance of upcoming initiatives, are we on the right track from an EU perspective?
Okay, so thank you very much. And first of all, good morning, everybody. And thank you so much for the invitation in this beautiful place, which I'm discovering as well. So yes, indeed, the issue, first of all, I think we have to be very clear. Women are not a group, and they're often being referred to as a group. Women are more than half of the population. And within the population of women, there are different groups of women. They're not a homogeneous at all. So I think that's really important, because we often see women, oh quick, we must stick them in here and have specific policies for them. But we're talking about half of the population. So the first, I think we're not getting it right in terms of the angle that we're approaching. So therefore, we can see on the labour market today, we still have deeply entrenched stereotypes. I mean, you just talked about women needing care to look after their children. Why is it only women that need care to look after their children? So I think these are the kind of issues that we must address. And given the situation we're in today, let's seize it as an opportunity to look at things differently and to put in place policies that are different. So one of the areas that the European Women's Lobby really is pushing for is a care deal for Europe. What is a care deal? It means that both women and men, in all their intersectionality, can jump in and out, so to speak, of the labour market at different moments of their lives. Two, for caring responsibilities, of to look after themselves, etc., but without being sanctioned. Because today, what do we see? We see, because women take more time out of the labour market, because the standard worker is still seen to be like the male life cycle. Standard worker is a man, at the end of the day, that works 40, 45 years without interruption, and therefore accesses a pension and can live a life in dignity when they finish their careers. That is not the case for women. So their starting point is so different. And therefore we need to question this male breadwinner model. And we believe that today, younger generations of men, they're not going to fall into this model either, because they too are faced with, we heard, flexible working patterns, which will not give them the security and the rights that older generations of men have today. So let's seize this as an opportunity to say that caring and participating in all areas of life is actually our collective responsibility. So we need to make sure that the policies in place and the measures in place address those, rather than, how will I say, patching up or adding on to something that's already there. So maybe I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you make a very good point that makes me turn to Roberta, because you just mentioned that indeed women are not the same. You can't speak about a group. It's about a much more refined approach. And I think the same applies to disabled people, because disabled people is not just one group, there's many different people. And of course, the support and entry into the labor market they need is also coming in very many different forms, I guess.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for having me here in this discussion. It's super important for us. EDF represents more than 100 million persons with disability in Europe, and as you mentioned, they are different. They have different kind of disability, different needs, and one of our priorities is to make sure and advocate for the rights of persons with disability in the open labor market as well. So we really want that people can access to the employment sector in the equal basis to others. Despite progress, I have to say, it remains challenging, really. Access to employment for persons with disabilities is really difficult. Just 51% of people with disability are, this is the employment rates, 51% access to the open labor market compared to the 76% of the general population, people without disabilities. This gap reflects systemic barriers. Basically, it's not the lack of skills or the lack of interest. And in many member states, it's even more difficult because persons with disability are completely excluded from the open labor market because the workplace is not accessible, the platform, the digital platform to send CVs and application are not accessible. Stigma, persistent discrimination. So it's really challenging for different barriers, I have to say, and too often even active labor market policies are not inclusive by design. For example, programs, job placement services or public employment offices are not physically accessible. And as I mentioned, it's really important to have a digital platform accessible because people with disability very often are excluded from the open labor market even before they start to find a job. So from the very start, at the beginning. And the results is just, a big exclusion from to the society. What we really need, what we call, is for a real shift towards inclusive and rights-based policies. So we call for enforced anti-discrimination legislation effectively. We need to guaranteeing accessibility and reasonable accommodation in the workplace, which are the adaptation that the workers should provide. And it's not just my advice, is in the Equality European Employment Quality Directive, so it's there. But unfortunately, different member states, we have a different kind of implementation of this directive. And also what we want, we need to really would like to invest in inclusive education, in digital skills, in inclusive employment, which are based in work support and based on the needs of people with people with disability really needs. It really depends on what it's based on the real needs, and it's we use the person-centered approach. This is the word that we use.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to pick up on a few elements that you mentioned later on. Also, for example, the question about funding, because we heard yesterday that the awareness at national level, at local level, about the available funds and instruments at EU level is not always as it should be. So I think that's something I park for later. But Matthäus, I would like to go to you first, because we have been speaking about women, disabled people, but we also know that young people these days face a lot of challenges when it comes to the fact that entry-level jobs change, also due to, indeed, technological changes. I had a young person coming up to speak to me this week and said, well, on the one hand, we know that employers say that they want to have younger people that have, good soft skills, but also management skills, which is very hard if you have never had a job and you need to enter the labor market. On the other hand, she told me, you also see that employers more and more make use of AI. And that leads to biases because AI actually picks up on your formal training. So that's a big contradiction. On the one hand, you're supposed to have good soft skills, management skills, and AI needs to pick you out. So how about the challenges for younger people these days? Are we focusing enough on these?
Yeah, I think the challenges are, as you just described it, very, very hard right now. I can just say at this moment we have, since a week in Germany, a big debate on if you should allow mobile phones during school time, during school lessons. And because AI, young people are getting a task to do, and then they just use the AI. And in this moment, they are lacking their own thinking, cognitive thinking, and also team building, because they are not working then in teams anymore, but everyone is just searching up things for themselves. So we need here as quick as possible some regulations, and also in the curricula some new establishments where in schools already young people are learning both to develop soft skills more and more, as they are more important these days, but also how to integrate this both of soft skills and AI at a working place on the same time. So that's a big challenging moment, and we have to be here very quickly.
Well, thank you so much. Before I turn to Patrick and Hendrik, let me perhaps look at the room, because I know that also we have representatives from local trade associations that are focusing on these elements as well. Is there anyone who would like to come in already or has a question? Yeah, I think I see Anne from OECD, and then I come to you. And the mic, I believe, is coming your way. I think the mic is over there, yes.
I think a lot of the stuff you said is also what we see in our work at the OECD, that some groups are just not really so homogeneous as maybe policymakers think. So maybe even shouldn't be labeled as groups, like women indeed are a huge part of our society. And then what we see that the more higher level authorities we speak to, the more maybe this approach is more present. So more, if we go more to the sort of grassroots level, then I think the understanding is more there. But in any case, what we also advocate for is this sort of person-centered approaches, individualized approaches. But of course, for very high-level policymakers, it's hard to understand how does this picture all come together, right? So how does it work in practice? So it's, I guess, important rather to have these flexible measures there that can be adjusted to individual needs. And indeed, not everything has to be labeled and have like a lot of silos, but rather find ways how to adjust and work together and have this package of support for each person, what they need, because also, for example, people with disabilities need also general measures. It's not that everything has to be exactly considering the specific disability. They also need education training. Sometimes it's part of the mainstream regular system. And even for the people of young ages, what we also discussed here is about digitalization and AI, but also not all of them are sort of well equipped for that. So, for example, recently we had a roundtable with people from disadvantaged groups not far from here, so people from Flanders region, and also discussing with them the possibility of digital matching tools potentially boosted by AI, whether this is something that could help this group if the AI would be able to capture more of these kind of dimensions that the regular tools don't capture, and because often these people lack education skills, everything. So what does the regular matching could look like? So whether AI could help them. And maybe the sort of very strong message there was that people from disadvantaged groups first are even afraid of anything digital and don't want their data to be anywhere. And particularly what came across from the young people is that if they are from the disadvantaged backgrounds, they constantly face the stereotype that they have all the skills, they are super digitally educated, but in reality, people from disadvantaged backgrounds, they didn't have access to all these little toys and gadgets, and they're really actually missing out. So actually they do not get support from this sort of stereotypical approaches either. And on the other side, of course, young people who have education skill, we see that they enter to labor market faster than any other group. So it's a lot of heterogeneity there. Thank you.
Well, thanks. And I think that remark, and especially also the silo approach and need to overcome that, is very important. I think your neighbor next to you, I think, has a question, and then we go to the first row. Yes, please.
I really like the personal approach that Ms. Lully just mentioned. I'm a proud father of 3 children, from which 2 are diagnosed with autism, and 1 has a high EQ. And I love all 3 of them, but all 3 have a different approach that they need. And I think the threat is, if I come back to the labor market, what I see about autism, for example, there's a lot of bias about it. What I hear is that even within the organization I work for, the bias is, oh, people with autism, they can do repetitive work, just give them a small office and they can do their work entirely at their own. But I think that is very dangerous, because these bias doesn't give them the full potential and doesn't make use of the talents that each individual has, and also the individual challenges that they face. So what are the thoughts about that, to avoid such bias?
Perhaps we take the last question, and then I turn to the panel to answer the questions. I think here on the front row. Yes, here.
Yes, thank you very much. Stefan Uwacin, 15 years now, head of a vocational school in Germany, in Lower Saxony. And the skills and the work in the context of skills is every day my job and the job of my vocational education training teachers. And yeah, what gives us orientation and what is our new mission? So as a practical example, what I now present. The first, the 17 sustainable goals. That is the orientation, what's the way to 2030, the Agenda 2030. So that we must think when we do everything or anything, then we must think 2030 oriented. That's nearly 5 years, not so far away, but we have other marks for the future, for the climate goals and other things, 2045 and other dates and so on. But the next is 2030. What we do in the next 5 years with the different learning places in the companies, in the wet schools, in the general schools, whatever, in the education area. And the second orientation is the OECD Learning Compass. He's old. From, I think it's written 2017, I think so, or earlier. And in this learning compass stands the future skills, the 4C: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. But now AI, AI competence is the 5th competence. And last week, a teacher team tandem by me make a lesson with students, supported from AI system, ChatGPT and so on. And then at the end, the students reflect critical thinking about AI. It's useful, it's necessary, and other things. So that is the job of the teachers. AI, yes, it's a supporting system, but you must think about it is good and it is real and it is a benefit or not. So that is our job, our mission, our no mission in the 5 competences in the line of 2030 to work. So, and our job, I think so, from the CESI to address this political message. So how the European Commission and other actors national actors support this learning in the direction of 2030. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thanks to all of you. I mean, I go back to the panel, but I will come back later before we go for a coffee break. Because I think, Patrick, this is a good moment to turn to you. And then please, all of you, also for your later intervention, feel free to comment, of course, on the questions and the statements. Because, Patrick, after all, active labour market policies, they take place and are being shaped at national level. And indeed, we heard the remarks about balancing, on the one hand, specific approaches to ensure that several groups get the attention they need to get into the labour market. On the other hand, avoiding silos. So from the Dutch perspective, how do you go about this?
Yes, I think it's very important, and thanks for being here and sitting on the stage instead of in the room. We as a labour market, we have a place at the national level, and talk and advise a national council, for example. But our main goal is on a sectoral level. For example, when we talk about collective labor agreements. And that's more specific, because then you talk about one type of jobs. And there in the Netherlands, we try to implement a more specific way of active labor market policy. One thing we have experience with for decades already is that we make arrangements about money and content in the collective labor agreement to have labor market funds, arbeidsmarkt- en opleidingsfonds called in the Netherlands. And that's big money. Sarah yesterday told about the problems when you have ideas but don't have the money to implement them. So a part of the salary goes into the fund, and the unions and employers together co-manage these funds. So it's not that you're at the table and there's decided upon you, but you're at the table deciding about yourself. And there you have a more specific way of making things work. And our way of life, our goal for our trade union is to talk with people working. What are your problems? What do you need? What kind of solutions would be best? And bringing them on another table and try to arrange them. So it's a bottom-up approach, which makes also specific solutions. And one fit for all doesn't work, and we all have different approaches. And for example, one of the approaches which is very specific, which also works very well. About 10 years ago, I was negotiating about collective labor agreements for the municipalities in the Netherlands. And then we made an agreement about coaching ambassadors, we call them, leerambassadeurs. That's a peer-to-peer approach that especially people who didn't study a lot, perhaps are illiterate or are afraid when the boss or human resources asks if they want to do a study, that the colleagues talk about them. Our members have an active role about trying to convince their colleagues that they should ameliorate their skills. And so in 3 or in 5 years, they still have another job, and that they're able. And that's of course very specific. So that's thousands and thousands different approaches, and we have hundreds of coaching ambassadors now working in the Netherlands, which helps thousands of people, and it's a very good approach.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for sharing. I think that's very important. And also, I think quite specific examples like the coaching ambassadors that could work indeed in national context. So perhaps, Hendrik, to you, because again, I think in the discussions yesterday and today, we're balancing between what the EU should do in terms of the framework, and indeed what happens and how it works out at national level. And MEP Lee Anderson in her video statement referred to the importance of legislative initiatives. I have to say, in the current environment, with also a lot of focus on reducing red tape, I am not so sure if the Commission will come up with a lot of legislative initiatives, but indeed yesterday we heard from the Commission there will be the Quality Roadmap, the action plan on the European Pillar of Social Rights. Is the EU, in your opinion, from a CESI perspective, doing enough to come up with a balanced approach?
Well, First of all, I'd like to say it's very interesting to hear from the different perspectives that within the different, and I say group for lack of better terminology, different groups of workers, like women, like the persons with disabilities, there are even within these groups different persons with different needs. When we as CESI were setting up the program for these summer days and thinking about this panel, we were already struck in a dilemma of who to invite, because already now we are a big panel, but we could have invited also the EU lobby group for older persons, or for the Roma integration network, or for the PICOM for migrant workers, or the LGBTIQ community. So really different sets of workers or persons that should be included here. But then, of course, you take it to another level. If you say even within these groups, we need, how you say, person-centered approach, which of course makes perfect sense. I think then this is where we get to the discussion of what the EU can do and should do, because then at the ultimate level you end up the EU issuing a country-specific recommendation saying, please modernize your labor markets or active labor market policies, where you think, okay, this is really a macro level, what does it mean? So how can the EU really deliver meaningfully? I think I resonate what has been said before. Much of the implementation and design of the specific measures is done locally, sectorally, not at the EU level. Here I think we need to engage in a discussion about subsidiarity as well, what the EU should do and can meaningfully do. I think there's a clear role to play for the EU to set standards, also EU-wide, in my opinion, on issues like stakeholder inclusion in the design of active labor market policies, inclusion of trade unions, social partners, civil society, about inclusion targets, employment rates, okay. But when it comes to the actual design and implementation of active labor market policies, I am skeptical about the EU playing there really a role in the nitty-gritty on the local level. I think they are, from my perspective, no, but of course there are other legislative initiatives like minimum wage directives and others where, at the broader level, at the EU level, there's a clear role to play for the EU. But as I said, for the actual delivery of the measures locally, I am skeptic about the role of the EU. But of course, also there's funding support from the EU, the ESF Plus, Recovery and Resilience Facility, Just Transition Fund, European Globalization Adjustment Funds, and so on. I think this is very important that the EU offers this kind of financial support for the member states, for the sectors, for the municipalities. I think this money should also be tied to benchmarks like stakeholder inclusion in the design, but the actual design then should be done at the local level.
I think you make a very good point, and Miri, that brings me to you, because it's true that when it comes to having clear gender strategies, we see a lot of variety at EU level. It struck me when I was reading the recent country-specific recommendations in the context of the European semester, that the Commission mentioned it quite explicitly, that indeed in some labour markets bringing women in is a real issue. I think some countries, for example Ireland, I think do have specific strategies that seem to work well. Can you say a few words indeed about what works well in which part of the EU and what we perhaps can learn from that?
So just a couple of things, if I may, just to pick up on some of the points that were made from the audience. And I think it's clear that today one of the revolutions that's going on is the digitalization. I mean, that's very, very clear. And I would say it's as disruptive as the Industrial Revolution was. Back then, when people had to leave the countryside and move into the cities and work in factories, what we're seeing now is people are being pulled out of the real world. And we can see like everything, there's a good and a bad and maybe an ugly side to it all. But there's really, it's causing a lot of disruption and maybe destruction as well. I hear the teachers talking about having to deal with AI as part of their curricula. How do you teach today? How do you prepare the young people today for the labour market of today if you are up against machines, basically, and robots? So I think that's a massive issue. And also, we hear that banning mobile phones from classrooms, but also both in France and now in Belgium, they've begun to discuss the possibility of access, not allowing access to social media before the age of 15. How do you regulate that? And obviously that would be something for Europe, I would say, to look at as well. But how do you regulate it? What do you do if you need an ID card, if you need some sort of personal data? What are you going to do? What's going to happen to that data afterwards? So I think there's lots of issues today that we really need to discuss. And also online, women are being chased out of public space because the harassment, the abuse, and the violence is absolutely horrific. I don't know if anybody has really an idea of what women have to really face alone behind a screen. So I think today then as well, we're caught between finding a balance between individualized needs, as we spoke about, and collective. So we're there today. And can digitalization, and obviously digitalization is there, we have to live with it, but how do we make it work for our society? And how do we make it work for everything we have discussed? How do we make it work to make sure that nobody is excluded and that we have a holistic approach to it? So I think that's the issue really of today. So while we go back to, say, country-specific recommendations, the issue around that is it's the economic governance of the EU. So the goal is different. The goal is about making sure that public deficits are under the 3%. So therefore, recommendations like reform your labour market, what does that mean? That really depends on how you look at it. It depends on how you see your labour market. It depends on who you want to be inclusive or not. Also, we followed the country-specific recommendations for many years. We worked together with Henrik as well on it. Like, there were lots of recommendations going back to countries, reform your pension systems, but nothing about make sure that your women have equal rights to pensions. So, because we know that the gender pay gap, for example, has been around 13, 14%, but for years. And that the gender pension gap varies between, some will say it's 29%, others will say it's 30, we say it's closer to 40, but it's double the gender pay gap. So we can see those lifelong inequalities, I would say through the labour market and policies and that have actually led to these situations as well. So they're the kind of issues that we need really to look at today. So yes, there are good examples, of course. They remain very good examples. So coming back to the role of Europe, and I wouldn't say too loudly that Europe doesn't have a role, because we can see that for NGOs in the European space for the moment, there's a lot of criticism and a lot of, there's now recently, as you probably all know, a working group being set up in the European Parliament with the right and the far right groups to scrutinise EU funding to NGOs. So I think we need to be boosting Europe, because Europe does have a role, and Europe, if it hasn't got direct competence in areas of education, it has a massive role to play through funding, campaigning, but also allowing all of those good practices to really reach everybody's vision so that they can actually see there are some really good things happening on the ground. But if we bury it and continue to bury it under different facades, I would say, we don't get access to it. And that's where the strength of Europe lies as well, is really giving that, unleashing, they use the word themselves, the potential, but it is really about that. And so I would say Europe does count, and Europe does matter, and Europe has a massive role to play. So let's hold on to our Europe that we have. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Tamir. And also thanks for bringing that, let's say, economic versus social perspective, because yesterday in the discussions we had, we discussed indeed, and especially in light of negotiations about the EU's budget that will start in July, the fact that we're, after all, and you mentioned the economic perspective, living in a time where we focus on defense and security and competitiveness, and we need to balance that, of course, with let's say, social spending. And I think also making the link between the two, because I see all too often a very black and white vision. Either you're in favor of a more social Europe, or you're in favor of competitiveness and the defense agenda. But I think one cannot be seen without the other, because only when you have more inclusive approaches to bring people in, you can fulfill indeed the promise of competitiveness and also ramping up productivity in the defense sector. You need people for that. And I think it brings me back to the point about funding. I think, Patrick, you mentioned that indeed there is funding available for specific initiatives at national level. At the same time, we also mentioned, and Sarah, I think you mentioned that yesterday, the awareness of certain EU instruments, such as, for example, the ESF Plus, the European Social Funds, other, for example, cohesion funds, is not always as it should be at national level. So what's your take on funding and the need at national level?
Well, they are extremely important. We're conducting a research in the last 2 years on the situation of people with disability in the open labor market, specific in the open labor market, was more focused on digital skills, reasonable accommodation, and assisted technologies. We interviewed more than 600 employers, and 77% of them are not aware of the public funding available for reasonable accommodation or for assisted technology, for examples. 70% of them, they don't even have reasonable accommodation policies in the workplace, and also 70% of them, they don't even know what assisted technology means. So they are really not aware of these opportunities. They think that reasonable accommodation are super expensive, and they are really, the process to get funding is very bureaucratic, which it is actually. But some reasonable accommodation, for example, we don't need funding for them. It's just, for example, flexible hours or, I don't know, just very little changes in the workplace. But unfortunately, employers don't know about this opportunity. It's a shame, because there are some funding. There are state aid, also for the open labor market, for some different kind of model of employment. And also, I would like to reply to the question. It was a very important question, because when I was mentioning that we really advocate for supported employment, which means based on the people with disability needs of people needs in general, I meant that we have different models in Europe. For example, there are workshop employment, like shelter employment, let's say, workshop employment, which are work environments built and designed for people with disabilities. Which means that 90% of people who are working there are people with disabilities. And they are created even for people who are under the autism, for example, because it's true. There is this, say, also stereotypes that they need to do the same task at the same time. For us, it's also a question of a choice, because some people with disability are more comfortable to work in this, let's say, protected environment, but also some of them, they want to work in the open labor market with the right support, with the right job coach, because it's true that in some countries the employment workshop are the only choice, the only opportunities, and they feel segregated. They feel like they don't have opportunity to go into the open labor market. And also there are so many stereotypes, like people with disability cannot do the jobs, they can do just a certain task, or they work in the restaurant, that's it. It's not true. It's not really true. They really need the support from, it's true, they need the support from the beginning in work support and to progress in work. So this is the process that we really believe. And then, of course, there is a choice. If they want to work in this kind of environment, they have a choice to pick that, that specific environment. And then in terms of, well, there is a discussion at the moment at the European level about state aid, what kind of employers to get this funding. I don't have the answer about that. Really, it depends also about the conditions. We cannot just say this is not correct, this is not fair, or it depends of the condition, depends of the contract, depends of the minimum wage, it depends of the task, the personal progressions. Well, it really depends. As a European Disability Forum, we are really advocate to make sure that employers know about the European funding, and we launch a campaign like with 3 words, like ask, listen, implement. It's really strong. It's for the employers, because it's important that employers ask employees in general, what they need. They need to listen carefully, and they need to implement. It's not just about being heard, it's actually make sure that what we ask will be like a concrete actions in the workplace. And this is a campaign designed for employers to make sure that people with disability are included in the open labor market, but it's for everyone, because accessibility, reasonable accommodation benefit everyone.
Well, thank you so much. I have a question to Matthäus, but I also would like to turn perhaps once more to you to see to what extent, I think, Anne, you raise your hand. Are there any other questions or comments that you perhaps may want to make? If not, then indeed, Anne, perhaps the mic can come to Anne.
Yeah, hi, OECD again. So quite some interesting points in this discussion, and also, while I think agreeing that the grassroots levels or employment counselor or the social worker who sees the people would probably be quite well be in this position that they would see what obstacles are there for the person and how to help them. Then still, if we would think about the very decentralized systems where the municipality would be sort of the level that designs and implements services, then what we often see in employment services, but perhaps even more in social services, which often is even more this sort of decentralized provision, that actually it leads to very much diversity in how the persons get their support. So basically not all municipalities have the capacity, have the knowledge to actually help the people. So in big cities then people get good support, but maybe in some areas people actually do not. And also what we see is that the support they get is after all not the best fit, because not the right tools are in place. Even if the social worker, employment counselor knows what the person needs, they don't have the tools in these cases sometimes. So for example, we should have knowledge-based approach. So for example, training often is a good solution for many, but of course considering also their needs and so on. But public work schemes do not seem to work more generally. So often they are even harmful for the person. If there are these very traditional public work schemes where there's no primary labor market integration in mind, that where no coaching, no training, no counseling at the same time. But we see that in these very decentralized structures where local level might decide, we see maybe too much of this approach to these kind of ineffective schemes. And we see it also in country level. So that's why I want to just stress that EU level is here important, because what we see in the country-specific recommendations is often this pointing out that, you're doing a lot of public work schemes. Is that really reasonable? Or altogether, you're not investing enough in active labor market policies. What can you do better there? So in this sense, nudging the countries to actually make their systems more capable, more effective is important. And then it also comes down to these frameworks to put in place. I think both yesterday and today was again mentioned. So what kind of frameworks should there be by the EU level, or more even globally or national level? So the other question is of these frameworks, how agile they should be. That's and not maybe so much discussed here. So how far indeed this framework should go. because there is a lot of things happening that are not really expected. So, for example, the COVID crisis turned everything upside down, so very quickly frameworks had to be adjusted. The Russia's war against Ukraine, again, many things had to be adjusted and exceptional. So is it possible to actually create systems that are more resilient and sustainable, and we are more ready for this kind of events? And yeah, because this pop up in quite quickly, and of course in the longer term even more so. Yeah, I think also in the working group yesterday there was a very big discussion on evidence and knowledge generation more generally, and there was a lot of concern about that. But it's so hard to predict anything. But just to stress that regardless, we have to, I think, at least base our policies to the knowledge we have. So, for example, if we do have this more general knowledge that some things have never worked, so maybe we shouldn't do these things anymore, and some things tend to work, we should push. So, just to stress again the role of this sort of higher level discussion, EU level discussion, and also what we can do by the OECD.
Well, thanks, Anne. But perhaps, Patrick, would you like to pick up on that element, let's say the centralized versus decentralized discussion? Because, Matthäus, the question I had for you, I will combine it with a question about agility. So perhaps, Patrick, you first.
I think it's a problem, indeed. The sectoral approach through collective labor agreements is a big help for small and medium organizations or companies, because they don't have the knowledge themselves, but because you do it on a national level and sectoral, so that helps a lot. But not all people are working in sectors with strong unions or good collective labor agreements. So there you have a problem. And when it's about the municipalities, the big and small ones, in Holland we work with 36 regions. So then, for the whole country, and then you have enough people, enough knowledge, enough money, so that it's not solving every problem, but have the working in regions, so there's a same approach or same knowledge at the local level is helping a lot. And for the small and medium companies, the collective labor agreement could help. So that's a way to solve things.
Thank you very much. Matthäus, let me come back to you, because you referred, Anne, to the need for agility, for flexible systems. But something that I already wanted to ask you is about intersectionality, because you rightly said, Mary, there is not such a thing as one group. But I think it's also true that you can have, let's say, young female disabled persons. So again, when it comes to silos, you need to have flexible approaches. Do you find that indeed we have enough flexibility in the labour market policies that we see at different levels?
No, I think there's really some space to improve, definitely, because as you already mentioned and you mentioned, the same comes to young people. We are also not homogeneous. We are, as you just described in your question, very different. And I think this a good proposal here would be to have also like a custom-sized concealing of young people. And something that we are having already in Germany since many years is before you are entering as a young person the labor market, you're having concealing with a counselor from the Public Employment Service, who are really taking a lot of time with every participant one by one, and they are discussing not only like your school progress and all your education, but also your personal situation. And then they are giving you advices where to go to which companies, which field you would like to work on. And so there's already like a first step, but so far I heard from several European perspectives, this is like only happening in Germany, where it's really so specific, where they're looking into the surrounding of this young person, where they come from. So this is a good example where we could have it in several places. The same comes to directly looking at a working place where young people are having issues. We are having the working Personalrat, Betriebsrat, it's like a works council, sorry. Yes, we have the works councils, and in Germany we have youth working councils. So where you're really specifically looking at the needs of young people and also implementing them directly at the working place. So it's really not anything national-wide or county-wide, it's really directly in company set. So these are good examples where other countries could maybe contribute from.
Thank you so much. We are already approaching the end of this panel, so I have one question for each of you. Because again, we have been touching on a lot of different elements, but after all, this discussion takes place in the context of the EU quality roadmaps that the Commission is working on. So what is one recommendation to the European Commission that you would like to flag from your perspective? And again, perhaps a brief statement to finish this conversation. Mary, I start with you.
Thank you so much. I think in Europe we're very fortunate. We have the European Institute for Gender Equality that collects lots of data and collects it from an intersectional approach as well. So we know, and they have a gender index, an annual gender index, comparative between countries, and it exists for every single country. I would say to them, to policymakers, use it and let it feed policymaking as we move forward, particularly in a world that's changing rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, just what I mentioned, customized. Really looking at maybe also having a youth check on from any new introduced European policies to see what is like the outcome for young people, and then really having customized participation groups where you can get already during the process of establishing new laws, new regulations, having a lot of inclusion of young organizations as well, or youth organizations.
Patrick.
I think Europe isn't the biggest military power in the world, but it's the biggest market in the world. So it's the biggest economy. And about 8 years ago, when the social pillar of rights was on head of topic for the European Union, there was a realization that economy is for the people and not the other way around. And I think in general that when we talk about the economic challenges, the societal challenges, the people should be at the center, and the wealth should be shared on a just and proper way. That's what I wish for.
Very well put. Henrik.
Thank you. Yes, you mentioned the quality jobs roadmap. I answer from the perspective of CESI, of the European level. If we talk about then legislation, where the EU clearly can make the biggest impact directly, I think there are two legislative pieces which could have great leverage. One is the current or the upcoming revision of the public procurement directives, where of course, a lot of money, public money, is spent on public procurement. If we would tie all this money to social criteria, to, for instance, collective agreements, to minimum wages, and so on, I believe a lot of people, a lot of workers in Europe would benefit from a higher quality job. Mm-hmm. The second is pertains to the potential possible revision of the atypical work directives on part-time work, on temporary agency work, and in particular fixed-time work. We see across Europe many people are working under chain contracts, successive contracts. We have some teachers here. We know teachers, they are employed during the academic year, dismissed in June, re-employed in September. So here we also see a loophole there in the EU directive. If we would revise this, I think there would also be many people in Europe that would have a higher job quality. It's not directly related to active labor market policy, but where the EU could make a difference, clearly, yes.
A very important one. We spoke about the importance of education, so thanks for flagging that. Roberta.
Well, from us, we are really, at the moment, we are really pushing, can I say, the continuation of the second phase of the EU disability strategies 2021-2030, because the first years went quite well. We have some achievement like the disability card in Europe, or the Accessibility Act, which is going to force tomorrow. But what we asking at the moment to the European Commission is to have a comprehensive EU disability employment package. There is a huge it includes a different active measures for the open labor market, that we develop with them these strategies and these measures, and we really want to for them to invest in supported employment, inclusive enterprises, remote work option, and transition support. This is what we ask and we advocating at the moment, really to continuing these strategies and to make sure that these measures are implemented at national and local level.
Thank you so much. It's ambitious, but I think that's good, and that's exactly what we wanted to hear to finish this panel. To really wrap up this panel, we also have, and I'm looking at our technical colleagues, 2 additional video statements from Dennis Radke and Jana Toom. So if you could play them for us, that would be really good.
Dear colleagues and friends, for your CESI summer days, I send you my warmest regards and wish you the maximum of success for your political discussions. And discussing active labor market policies for quality jobs and a competitive Europe is one of the major political issues in these days, because when you see the world of work is changing quite fast. We have digitalization, we have green transition, we have the demographic shift, and we have the industrial transformation, and everything is happening at the same time. So, but we have to see and we have to keep our optimism and our faith that transformation also brings opportunities and not only challenges. And so to ensure that that we bring the opportunities to success and that we manage the challenges, it is now high time to act. And an active labor market policy is key to turning changes into success story for workers. Labor markets need to be more just, more inclusive, and more resilient. Active labor market policies must be more than policy tools, must become social commitments. Training, upskilling, strong public employment services are crucial in ensuring that no worker is left behind. We have to ensure also with the upcoming debates on the MFF here on the European level that we ensure investing in people. In my eyes, investment in security and defense is absolutely necessary, but what we cannot allow is that we have to make our picks, have to decide between, do we want to investment in people or do we want investment in security and defense? And if member states do claim that we should have more responsibility on security and defense, okay, then they have to give us the money in addition. And I think for the upcoming debate, it is up on us, it is up on trade unionists to raise up our voices and to make our perspective and our point of view very clear in this debate. As you know from the past, my door is always open. I'm a trade unionist myself, and I'm looking forward working together with you in the next weeks, in the next months, on all the topics that are ahead of us. And so all the best for your summer days, and see you soon.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jana Toom. I'm a member of European Parliament from Estonia, and I'm coordinator for Employment Committee for a new political group. It is a pleasure to have been invited to participate in your Summer Days event. I'm always happy to engage in dialogue with trade unions, and I'm grateful for the work that you do to strengthen employee representations and collective bargaining. We need your help to tackle the major challenges that we're facing in our labor markets. These challenges are driven by the current geopolitical situation, but also by the green and digital transition. And some sectors can be affected by both of these transitions at the same time, such as automotive industry, for example. Despite talking seriously about the twin transitions in the previous mandate, we were not able to tackle our current labor market challenges sufficiently. I always talk about the Ida-Viru County in Estonia, which has to move away from oil shale production. There, the oil shale companies still represent 40% of the largest employees in the county. Estimates of job losses go from 3,500 direct losses to up to 23,000 lost or affected indirectly. The plans with our current measures, including the Just Transition Fund, is to create 1,100 to 1,300 jobs by 2029. Clearly, we have a big problem on our hands. And I'm sure the numbers will be similar across many different regions in Europe and many different sectors. We have a lot of regions that will have to move away from dirty energy production and regions with energy-intensive industries that will have to change one way or another. And also regions within industries that will move away from hiring as many employees due to a transition towards robotics or AI. I'm mentioning all of this because it is clear we have a huge problem on our hands and we have to do more and do it better. Which brings me to the main theme of this event, active labor market policies. More proactive policies to bring or keep people into jobs will be an important part of the solution. We hear very often that the longer somewhere is unemployed, the harder it is for them to get them back into employment. We are definitely not ready for when some of these worst polluting industries will have to close and we will have massive layovers. Right now, we are not doing enough to create an alternative economic activities in these regions that can actually provide new jobs to replace the lost ones. And I'm scared that more than half of the workers from the oil shale sector in Ida will end up in this situation of long-term unemployment, from which it is extremely difficult to get them back into a stable job afterwards. There is a lot of focus on training and skilling when it comes to active labor market policies. This is, of course, needed because there will not be a need for more miners, for example, once the oil shale industry closes. But this is not sufficient because you can do anything with your newly acquired skills in installing solar panels if there aren't any jobs for solar panel installers in your regions. As we are hearing lately, there is an element of industrial policy being discussed in European politics. I believe we have to coordinate this industrial policy with active labor market policies so that we ensure a collective alignment that these regions have a chance to survive. The million-dollar question is, of course, how to do this the right way, and I wish I had a million-dollar answer. What we could benefit from is better monitoring of impact of different policies. Right now, we already have almost every EU country having some kind of active labor market policies. If we had better data on how they work and who they help, we could use this to set more accurate and targeted objectives for employment strategies aimed at the green and digital transition. This is crucial, as every region is different in terms of demographics, skills and training landscape, economic makeup, and so on. Each region will benefit from a different mix of policies, and we better know which policies work for what. As I mentioned before, we also need proactive policies that can prevent redundancies and unemployment by helping workers transition before the industry will no longer need them. Ideally, we should be able to achieve a job-to-job transition for the vast majority of workers in these just transition areas. This will require focusing on the employees, but also engaging with employers to arrive at predictable timelines and frameworks for the transition. Public works will have to play a role in many of these regions to provide a much-needed boost to local economies, but we cannot rely on it alone because it will never be sufficient. We need to leverage the opportunities available in the private sectors and also encourage entrepreneurship by setting up incentives for startups, business creation and self-employment. Lastly, I wanted to turn my attention to vulnerable and disadvantaged groups. We know that certain groups in society are facing higher burdens in accessing the labor market for reasons that are not their fault. Active labor market policies should have a particular focus on supporting them, get stable employment so that they do not end up in a negative spiral. What we need specifically is more cooperation and joint action between different institutions that can address the more complex needs for vulnerable groups, such as social, educational, or health-related. These targeted measures should be applied from the beginning of the process and also continue in the immediate period after employment, so that we do not have an early dropout. If we can achieve a high employment rate for vulnerable groups, we would not only deliver on the right to equal opportunities, but also address the shortage of skilled workers that many of our companies are complaining about. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion.
Well, I think that was a very important way of wrapping up the discussion that we had by indeed ending with the need for more inclusive approaches, but so did you in all your contributions. So I really would like to thank all of you, Miriam, Matthäus, Patrick, Henrik and Roberta. I think all of you from your perspective indeed stress the importance of more inclusive labour markets, but also what local actors and also European actors can do. So many thanks, and please join me in applause for our panelists. We now have a brief coffee break till 11:15, and it will be really good because, again, we gave you a little bit more time prior to this panel that indeed you take your coffee and then go to the workshops, because I think we have really 3 interesting workshops that are going to build on the discussion we just had. Because in workshop 4, well, 1, but it's building on yesterday's 3 workshop, hence it's called workshop 4. We're going to speak about the need for vocational training and education system, led by Stefan here, the German Federal Association of Vocational Education and Training Teachers. A very long title, but a very important topic. Your workshop will take place in the basement. Then we have workshop 5, which is about active labour market policies in a digitalizing and greening car industry. Equally important, and Sarah, you will be leading this workshop, which will take place here in the main room. And then workshop 6 is led by my colleague from the European Policy Center, Annalisa Buscani, together with, I think it's Raluca from CESI. So it's good to have Raluca for this workshop representing CESI. Raluca, you're in the back. And workshop 6 is equally in the basement. So workshop 5 is here in the main room. Workshop 4 and 6 are in the basement. And like yesterday, we really would like to ensure that all 3 workshops are joined by more or less the same amount of people. So you can take a strap next to the registration desk, so to ensure that we don't have a workshop which is perhaps a bit underpopulated compared to others. So please take your coffee, start at 11:15, and I would like to see you back at 12:30 at the latest, because then we're going to go into a session that will reflect on what you learned in the workshop. So enjoy the coffee break and see you back.
education training, yeah, strong linked with the enterprises. It's successful. Why the other countries and the other nations in Europe use not this instrument of vocational education training like the dual system? Yeah, that was a reason. And yeah, that's the point of the reasons why the vocational education training can be successful, is successful. So you can read it. I must not read for you. Yeah, Luke, I see you are focused. But the story is the half of the story, that the vocational education training system in Germany is absolutely successful. No. Over the years, we have problems. The matching problem. And the problem that the image of the vocational education training in Germany, it's like the second way. Yeah? When you cannot go to a gymnasium, yeah, or to the University of Applied Science or to a university, then you are a loser, and then you use the second way. So that the vocational education training career pathways and the academic pathways are on the same level. Yeah? That is the political addressment over the year. But the people, the parents said, oh, why do you go not to study? Why do you want to make a dual qualification? Yeah, want to be a painter and decorator like Stefan? Yeah, yeah. And then the parents said, oh, it's not good. Make the Abitur, yeah, the highest certificate that you can go to the university. But it's all over the world. I'm in connection, in dialogue over the years, over the 12 years worldwide. And when Mrs. Merkel, our former chancellor, go in the world and go in dialogue about cooperation fields, then every journey, dual system, we help you to integrate or to make an experience with a dual system, and our institutes in Germany, yeah, the BIP, the Bundesinstitut für die berufliche Bildung, will help you and give you structure, and then you can successful like the dual system in Germany. But this system is nearly 200 years old. Yeah? And this system is special of the region. So it's not general, it's a flexible system. And so my vocational school is 193 years old. And our job is, with the enterprises, the small and medium enterprises, we have the whole of the enterprise structure in our region is small and medium enterprises. To look what is necessary for the enterprises, what they use, and we must come together and create the dual system in the region, special for the regional enterprises. And so not every enterprise is the same, yeah, and have the same doing and the culture. Yeah, so that's the difference. So it's not so easy to implement the vocational education training system from Germany, from Austria, from Switzerland, worldwide. Yeah, and in Europe too. We listen it later. Yeah. Yes, that is one of the service agencies, GOVET. It's in Bonn, and yes, they make different presentations here in different languages. So I show you here this side special. You can show this video. What's next presented in English language only, in your language. Yeah. You see, it's here. Polish, Italian, Czechish. Every language is there, and so then we can present now the video. Yeah, so I go back.
Germany has had a strong economy and business landscape for many years now. This is the case for both big corporations and SMEs, including skilled craft trade businesses. One of the most important foundations for this success is the continual training of skilled workers in the German dual VET system. The system is so called because young people are trained in a two-track system after they have finished school. Around 70% of their training time is spent in a company in the sector in which they later want to work, and 30% at the vocational school. The company and school-based parts of the training are coordinated in terms of content and regulated by vocational education and training policy. Everyone gains from this. The trainees are able to orient themselves with clearly defined training standards. They learn occupations both in theory and by simulation, and parallel to the workplace in real operational practice. Training and training qualifications are recognized by the state, economy and society throughout the country. The foundation for professional and economic success is thus laid. Since their training, the employers themselves are able to ensure that they always have enough skilled workers at hand. They are also able to partially adapt the training content to the needs of their company. Last but not least, dual vocational education and training is advantageous for the German state and society as a whole. In short, there are many winners in dual vocational education and training made in Germany.
But how exactly does dual vocational education and training work? It enjoys a secure position in the German VET system between general education and the labour market, and is an alternative to university-level education and training. Before it begins, the adolescents decide on one of approximately 330 recognized training occupations. Not all occupations enjoy the same demand, however. Those who inform themselves in advance avoid learning what everybody else learns, and may therefore also discover the occupation that really speaks to them. The companies advertise their open training places, and the trainees acquaint themselves with potential companies and the training they provide. They apply to the company that they find the most appealing and, if the application is successful, conclude a training contract. The training contract defines the most crucial details of the training: duration, the learning content schedule, the training remuneration, that is, the trainee's wage, and holiday entitlements. The majority of this context is regulated by law. Training can now begin. The trainee will learn on set weekdays at the vocational school and at the company. While primarily general and basic specialist knowledge is taught at the vocational school, specific work steps are learned under real working conditions at the company. Their work is usually already integrated in real operational processes. After the training period stipulated for the respective occupational profile, a final examination follows, in which the trainees must prove their skills. Organized by the respective chamber, representatives of the employer and employee, as well as state vocational school teachers, are involved in the examination as members of the examination board. The training certificate is awarded if the examination is passed.
Many doors are now open to the fully trained. They can work in the occupation in which they trained. 2/3 even remain at their training company. Some add to their skills with a continuing education program, while others change to another profession. At present, almost half of all adolescents of school-leaving age, more than 500,000 in total, complete dual vocational education and training. Almost all of them work in the occupation they trained in. Only very few are without a position after training. More than 400,000 German companies actively provide training, and around 2/3 of them take on their trainees at the end. The dual vocational education and training system has a long-standing history in Germany and is being continuously improved. Each occupational profile has been and is being continually adapted to meet changing societal and professional demands. A well-attuned and reliable system such as this is based on the cooperation between reliable partners in a binding legal framework. This framework is defined by German legislature. It finances, oversees, and inspects the public vocational school system. The Vocational Training Act regulates all aspects that are not already covered by other laws. The legislature consults in detail with social partners and the chambers for this reason. Within the dual vocational education and training, it has specific tasks and functions. The social partners, that is, employer associations and unions, develop the standards for company-based training in cooperation with the state. In addition, they oversee the progress of the training and, as a member of the examination board, the results too. Besides the state as legislator and the social partners, the chambers also play a crucial role. As the competent authorities, they advise, test, and qualify the companies providing training and their training personnel. They also organize the final examinations for individual occupations. All of them are working on the further development of standards in order to equip the training system for the future. They additionally provide diverse information for young people who want to orient themselves before deciding on a training program.
Achieving sustainable economic and societal success thanks to qualified skilled workers is not exclusive to Germany. In an adapted form, other countries can use the principles of the German dual vocational and educational training system as a foundation for a sustainable training system. Cooperation between politics, economy, and social partners. Learning within the work process. Adoption of national standards. Qualified training personnel. Institutionalized VET research and advice. Together with the German Office for International Cooperation in Vocational Education and Training, and in order to provide target-oriented advice to foreign institutions regarding dual vocational training, the German federal government has created a Go VET.
Yes, that is a presentation from 2018, 7 years old. And some, facts or informations are not ready, real now. So 30% of the qualification in the vocational school. No, it's not correct. It's more. Because the first year of the qualification, what's in the history, in the beginning of the vocational education training, the enterprises has no so much economic pressure like in the last years. So they have no time to coach the student in the company in the first year because the students are different. They have problems with language, they have social problems, handicaps and other things, and they need a sure first year. And then we work in the vocational school in a full-time vocational school form as the first year of the qualification time. And the enterprises can say, okay, that is the first year, we make a Haken dran, and then you start in the second year by me in the company. So then we have a 50-50 situation. And I spoke here with some colleagues about this point. Later we discuss about this point. What is the real mix to bring a program on the floor, a European level program? How much is a mission for the vocational schools and must be the mission for the vocational schools? Yeah? That is one question. So you can see that you have the possibility to go to the slide and you can look this in your own language. Another point, I said here, how is the link from the vocational education training to the sustainable development goals? Yeah. So the Green Deal was
the mission for vocational schools too, and for the vocational training in Europe too. So please qualify the European workers digital supported and sustainable oriented. That's the two big pillars of what really is to do. So, and the most of the German vocational schools, also the BBS 1 in Uelzen, I'm head of the vocational school with a sustainability-oriented profile, yeah? And we got national awards from 2016 and last year the last and so on, yeah? Because we have a sustainability concept. The most of the vocational schools in Germany is not on the way to make things for the Green Deal, for the green transition. Systemical. I speak about systemical. Projects, yes. Project is not structure. The big structure. Yeah? We need structure to implement structure. In the last period of the German UNESCO Commission, it gives the slogan, from project to structure. Yeah? And the German UNESCO Commission look for good examples for wet schools. They make not only projects, they have a structure, a system to bring sustainability and a whole approach on the floor. But in the federal states of Germany, there are no initiatives, no real initiatives to bring more power in this mission. That is a bad message. So the dynamic and so successful German vocational school, yeah, I miss a real action plan. We have an action plan for ESD, yeah? The ESD action plan from 2017, from the national area created. I am a member of this board. They work on this paper, yeah? On this strategy plan to realize education sustainable development, vocational education sustainable development in Germany, in all federal states. And the national board and the national area give it to the federal states, and the federal states said, oh, vocational education sustainable development, this is 7 years ago, that we bring all the strategic, structural things, what is necessary to bring it to the learning places in the region, it isn't communicated. It's a bad story. I'm a little bit sad to say these things here on the European floor. So, not everyone in Germany is happy. Orientation. I said it here by the last panel. It gives orientation. What's this orientation? The education administration area in the federal states, when they speak with the head of the schools, of the general schools or with the vocational schools, these points are not necessary. Make a good vocational school. The topic, be a center of vocational excellence. Be more than good. Yeah? Well, when Europe has a challenge with other economic nations and areas in the world, and when Europe said, and the Europe workers and the company said, it's enough when we are good, and the schools must be good. No, it's not SDG 4. SDG 4 is the best, the excellent education and vocational education training. That must be the mission. And that needs support, real support, invests, funding, and so on. And now, the European Commission and the funding from Europe make more than the national areas in Germany, for example. Example from my school. I make applications for Erasmus Plus funding. Now 10 years. And for 1 or 2 years, we are accredited. So we have 5 years, a constant budget to have money every year and must not write every year a new application. So that is easier to manage this, yeah, and to administrate it. So, and now the money. 120,000 euro per year I have to bring my students and my teacher in mobility in Europe. 600,000 euro over 5 years. I have a budget. Additional, we have Deutsch-Polnisches Jugendwerk. Dialogues between Polish, Ukraine and German students. It's funded. Nearly 50,000 euro. We make different sessions over the year, 50,000 euro. No money from the federal state Lower Saxony, from my administration. My teachers learn the most about the mobility from Erasmus Plus budget. They go for 1 week to other colleagues in Europe and they talk about the best vocational education training. Sustainable oriented. We exchange our experience and our knowledge. And the federal state of Lower Saxony need no money, gives no money directly. So, it's not all perfect in Germany, that is my message. But some critical thinking people like me are on the floor and said, please, do more. Green Deal, Osnabrück Declaration, 2020, the same theme. We have 1, 2, 3 times over the year rounds with our government in the region and with the government in Hanover, federal state government for the vocational education training administration. No time. The Osnabrück Declaration with the topics, with the pillars in this, is not communicated. Yeah? Perhaps all the good things, all the European education minister signed this in 2020 and said, Europe. And I asked the federal administration in Lower Saxony, you are a part of Europe? What do you do with Osnabrück Declaration? Osnabrück is in Lower Saxony. Sorry, Mr. Minister. And now, the action plan? I miss this action plan since now 5 years. A real action plan from my political government. Sad stories. The Education Room 2025. This is described from the European Commission in 2018, 7 years ago. Now it is 2025, and we must analyze this. What's this going on? What's the invest, or what was the invest in the different nations for the European Education Room? Yes, Erasmus Plus. That is but what is the co-invest from the national area? It is enough for high quality, for excellent education, SDG 4, and excellent vocational education training. Oh, sorry, too quick. So, and one of the headline was, what is the engine of the employment and what is necessary for engagement for employment? Yes, the Centers of Vocational Excellence. This was the information from 2018 from the European Commission. We invest a lot of millions of euro that we have in the European Education Room 2025. Egg corners or egg points or pillars must the Centers of Vocational Excellence. Because the vocational qualification is an important thing, and we need places, not only good, excellent places, excellent quality from worker qualification. And this is the right addressed from the Commission, 2018. That was the reason why we create a network, a European network. And the CESI was integrated in this process 2019 here. The Erasmus Plus project, the head of the project, you see the headline, it was a network, so we give an answer of what is the Center of Vocational Excellence? Digital, supported and sustainable oriented. Yes, the June BB EU project. And at the end of 2.5 years of intensive dialogue with all stakeholders in Europe, the European Parents Association, our German Parents Association, students associations, the students, the social workers, all the actors, all the members of the learning places said, okay, that is excellent. And we list all the excellent criteria in a guideline with 45 pages, but nobody from the political area, I know these political people, yeah, 45 pages and see what's excellent. They discussed 2.5 years and they documented it. That is too much to read. I have other problems. Yeah. So then we said, okay, the political people, they have no time. They're stressed. They need a paper with one view. What is excellence? So and then we said, okay, we need a checklist. 12 pages, that is the first page, 11 pages followed. On the left side, the excellence criteria, and it's very simple. Yeah? So the crosses is from my school here. Yeah? So we have a lot of crosses. So the Center of Vocational Excellence from BBS 1 Uelzen is not far away. I think we are by 85%. To fulfill the complete excellence marks and quality criteria. And other, like a Switzerland colleague, he makes the test in St. Gallen, and she said, oh, I make this self-assessment thing. Yes, I'm a Center of Vocational Excellence in Europe, in Switzerland. I said, congratulations. So it's very easy. And then the political people, I said to all the European partners, please use this list, make this list and give it to your government, to your regional government, what kind of invests you need that your learning place is a Center of Vocational Excellence in Europe. Yeah. And now, at the end of the period, 2022, our network finally come together and says, well, what's going on? This is a project, but we must continue. And what is our new mission? We share this information worldwide. SDGs for a better world, not only for a better Europe. Here are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Every day I have this button on my jacket. Yeah? And we said, our knowledge from this, we need centers of vocational excellence worldwide, on every continent. So, and last week, the last continent is on our side, Australia. South America, North America, Canada, Japan, India, China. We are around the world, connected and share this knowledge from our work in Europe. So, but it's a world project. And worldwide workers must be produced excellent because they are the important factor to reach the 17 Sustainable Development Goals together. Everyone has a role. Yes, when you are interested, here's a link to the English version of the, when you have vocational schools in your land, you can send this checklist. It's very easy, 1 hour and you are ready. Not 2 hours or 2 weeks self-assessment. The teachers and the head of the schools don't like long-term evaluation things. So simple, and that's a simple, simple. And we see the result and what the necessaries are. Yeah? Union of skills. Yes, that is a point for discussion. And what I showed you before, must be points of the Union of Skills dialogue. I think so. Here's some information about what's going on by the Union of Skills. I know that Klaus Höger was 3 months ago or 4 months ago by the first dialogue about the UN skills, and the CESI reported about this point. It's the beginning of this discussion, so I think that a lot of points what we have here must go further in the dialogue with the commissioners and so on. Yes, that was what I said, worldwide, and that is the Excellence Network. Worldwide, that is the following of the Dune. So we share the knowledge about this website and in different languages and so on, and the results. So we have a virtual platform to exchange the best practices, excellent learning arrangements, ideas to be more excellent in the practical doing, yeah? Not so abstract. It's more concrete. So there we have a project website and a connecting website. And the head of the Excellence Network is here. I make it in my free time. Now, as a vocational school head. Yes, when you have interesting some things by the Didakta in Germany, we discuss about the Centers of Vocational Excellence in Europe, also in Germany, yeah? Because nobody in the federal states discuss about the Centers for Vocational Excellence. And so when we have big exhibitions, and so Didakta is a very big forum to present this special points, and so I'm very happy that by the Didakta this point come on the floor and come to the dialogues. Yes, and now I feel me so lonely. And I hope that I not only sit here in this place, and Luc and Dagmara, please come on my side and share your experience. Yeah. Yes, we have here one microphone for you.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah. I think Dagmar in the middle. Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Hello.
No. Okay.
Yes. Looks. Yes. Before, when we planned here the workshop, I said, it's not good when I hear. Sorry, not so near. Yes. Yeah. Now I have the right distance. So before we I planned this workshop, I said. It's bad when I make here a single show and so on. And, so that's the German perspective now, and the perspective of a man. He 12 years go around the world and see the problems and see the big good things, bad things, or better things what we can do better. And it's better to discuss with friends, especially Luc. We are 12 years nearby by EDUC, by the CESI EDUC Commission, and so over the years he know what kind of things come, and he know the story from the dual system must go in Europe, all over Europe. And Dagmara is from Poland, and so they have the experience. Luc in France and Dagmara in Poland, and so then I think I'm very happy that this experience we share it with you, and we have a free sitting place here. It's like a fishbowl, yeah, it's my idea. So when you said, okay, in my country I have an idea or something to say, then you come here and come to the floor, yeah, that's the idea. Also, not speaking from there and then they come to us, yeah. Okay, Dagmar.
Okay, hello. Well, my name is Dagmara Iwanciw, and I'm from Poland, as Stefan just said, and I'm the representative also of the Polish employees in the CEDEFOP, which stands for the Vocational Education and Training. And I don't want to say too much. Thank you for giving me the floor, Stefan. But just I want you to give you some little glimpse of how it looks like in Poland, because I should say, well, in fact, now I don't want what to say, because, you know, before I wanted to say we wished we could have such a dual system in Poland. But now, after your presentation, and I'm not very much sure about it, so coming to our Polish vocational education system, we and make it short, of course. In between 2017 and 18, we had a great reform in terms of vocational education, and so we are just 7 years after. Why was that reform for? It was meant to make the attractiveness of the vocational education training higher, bigger, more popular. And also, it was meant to increase the cooperation between the business representatives and the vocational education process. And so we established, mostly the new thing which was established associated the lower level of the post-primary education. In Poland, there are now 2 stages of such vocational education functioning. The first stage, which lasts for 3 years, and graduates finishing the professional exams were meant to be hired in companies. Of course, in the meanwhile, they were to have practices, internships in the companies, and the cooperations was meant to be perfect. But nothing like that has existed. The students, the learners were rarely had rather rare contact with the companies, because there was no cooperation between the company and the vocational school. No one from the self-governmental authorities cared about the process. So also the learners were not insured enough. Sometimes it happened that they came for practices to the company, and there was no tutor, no teacher, nobody supervising them. So last year the ministry decided that in fact the reform introduced 7 years ago was rather a failure. Coming up to the stages, because I said that there was 1 stage of the vocational education and the second stage of the vocational education, which lasted 2 years. And again, it was meant to meet the labor market needs after they finished the school. It was on the higher level. They could take different professions on the second stage of the vocational education. But again, only 7 or 8% of those finishing the first stage entered the second stage of vocational education. And also because there was no this cooperation between, you know, as I said, companies, entrepreneurs, and the teachers, and schools, and self-governmental authorities in different regions of Poland. That's why they are claiming now that the whole system failed. So now we've got to reform the reform. And, well, just to make it a bit more positive, I've got to say something about the technical level of vocational education, because the technical level, the technical schools function much better in Poland, because they are situated mostly in cities or bigger towns, so probably they have better contact with the local authorities, with the companies, with the business people from different firms and companies. So the situation is much better because the schools via the self-governmental authorities sign the contracts for the students' internships and practices. It functions on a good level, I've heard. They also signs documents with the polytechnic departments, so those who finish or pass the professional exams may take the graduation exam as well, and then enter the polytechnic department, working at the same time in the company. So the cooperation is so good that the companies provide technical schools with, for instance, very modern digital equipment. So they've got, you know, practices in-service practices at schools and also in the companies. And they've got their supervisors there, they are well insured, so, everything is going as it was planned. And of course, after they finish the technical school, they simply have got a job, right? And the company may have a well-qualified worker. So that's mostly how it looks like. One thing more, because you talked about those centers, vocational, yes? Well, we are planning, in fact, it was one part of the reform from 2017, but I think that it was not finished. So the Ministry of Education is planning to establish the so-called, in Poland, sectoral skills centers, just in order, you know, to help with the consultation, probably to make the cooperation with the companies easier. So just to help both the business people and also the vocational education schools and the local authorities, because the centers are to be established in all the 16 regions in Poland. So we'll see how it would look like in future. So that's mostly how it looks like in Poland. And of course, and one thing more, because the ministry is saying now that we are awaiting the dual system in Poland. So probably there'll be closer cooperation with you in from Germany.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dagmara. Important point. You said 7 years ago they started with without the idea of it is necessary to take time to come in cooperation direct by the learning place. The vocational school teachers must be directly by the company with the students together. We need real cooperation learning arrangements. And supporters or industrial supporting experts, academic experts.
Yeah, of course.
So
right.
In the Osnabrück Declaration, they spoke that We need cooperation between academic and non-academic experts and learning places.
Exactly. So, yes, I can agree with that.
When Poland started, that was not on the plan. So.
Well, it was, hold on a minute, the plan seemed to be perfect because it was, you know, it was, I think that it was not because of the money. There was no evaluation done after some time of the system functioning, and the plan was sort of okay, but it did not work. Right? Okay. It did not simply play their role finally, right? Okay. So that's why it's failed.
The mission was not clear.
Maybe the mission, they don't know yet, because they had to evaluate the whole previous reform once again, and then maybe, you know, they find out why, the reason.
Okay, now in France. Luc, what's going on?
In France, as usual, it's on one side very simple, because the government is the boss for everything, but it's awfully complicated, of course, because it's French. Sorry for this introduction, but I think I'm quite realistic. One of the fundamental differences between the German system and the French system is that we have a Minister of Education who rules the whole system. But our problem is that we change Minister of Education every 6 months. And the first dream of each Minister of Education is to make a reform. So we endure reform after reforms all the time. But I will not point particularly on this detail, but which is important because it explains also part of the stress, of the fatigue of many teachers in France. We have a kind of a triple system of education for children over 15, 16 years old. Okay, we have elementary school, we have what we call collège, okay, between 11 and 15 years old, and then we have lycée. Lycée is a heritage, I'm sorry to tell you, but older than the German system, because it was found by our friend Napoleon. Okay, it's, you know, the elitic system of education. So, and this lycée, this high school, is divided into 3 branches: general education, technical education, and professional education and training. What is the difference between technical and professional? Vocational, I would say, not professional, vocational. Okay, it's just once more a matter of so-called level, okay? Technical schools are to prepare children to go to engineer schools, to a polytechnical school. But in France, polytechnic is the top of the top, the cream of the cream, okay? And then you have professional, vocational schools, which are more directly linked with jobs, with hand jobs, so-called hand jobs. And why is that so important? Because for decades, starting 1970, 75, our governments decided every school child must go to school until 16. Then it was until 18. Then everyone must have a baccalaureate, you know, okay, diploma of the end of the high school. Because they decided that France would be a country of added professional value. Okay. But that had a very big consequence. And one perspectivist in France, Marc Halévy, he studied all this situation, and he found out one thing which was very important. In France, when you have a little problem, you call a psychologist. You've got 25 psychologists in 10 minutes. No problem. But when you have a problem in your sink or in your electrical installation, it takes you 3 months to find a working person who was able to repair. So there was a huge gap between what we, educational system, proposed to the society and to the young people, and the needs, the real needs. Because on the difference between what happens in Germany, there is almost no relation between companies and schools. On the contrary, in many schools we say, companies. Why be so practical? Why? No, education is for spirits, you know. Okay, you understand what I mean. And companies say, what shall I do with a kid, 15, 16 years old? I waste my time teaching him what he has to do. So, and that's a very big problem. And now I will skip to the European problematic. Because you know that education is not an area of the European Commission. We have no commissioner to education. It's the commissioner for culture. So it is. But 5-10 years ago, they started creating the European space of education. No directorate, no, a space. Space means whatever you want, or just means nothing. But nevertheless, it is very important, and I believe it is very important, because, you know, everything starts with education. Parents are the first educators of the children, and then schools, and so on and so forth, okay? So education is a powerful tool to make the society, to build tomorrow's society, and even sometimes today's society. They know it. That's why it is not a European competence. Okay? Just ask all dictators in the world, what is the first sector they put their hands on? Education, of course. Education, of course. So, you know, it is absolutely fundamental. And Europe has understood that. Okay, they got it now. What we ask now is that education belongs to the European semester. What is the European semester? It's a kind of the speech of the State of the Union made by the President of the United States of America. Every 6 months, the European Commission makes an intervention, a document, where they make, they say what they share with the citizens and the governments, what they have done during the 6 months. Okay, that's it, that's a point. So vocational training, according to the European projects, is absolutely fundamental. Okay, because as I said, we lack task force, we lack working force. We have brains, okay, it's very important, we need brains. I hope I have a little brain too. But you see, that's the very big problem. And in the Union, and one more thing that the Commission has worked on, it's the growing role of immigration in hand jobs, in practical jobs. If you look, there's a big difference. And when we speak about inclusion, we are not very inclusive on this point, okay? If you want to find a bricklayer, for instance, in France, 8 bricklayers out of 10 in France come from immigration. First, second, or third generation, whatsoever. But 8 bricklayers out of 10 are immigrants. So there's a problem of justice too, okay? The problem of equality, equal access to education, to higher education. And this is another very big challenge. And Europe cannot directly act, okay? But Europe can finance, can impulse projects by financing, by funding, as you say. Erasmus Plus is one of the most beautiful successes of the European Union. Never forget that. We're the only area in the world where you can go from one region to another, from one country to another, 3,000-4,000 kilometers away, being financed. And this is, according to me, very important. But with injustices, once more, is that vocational students use Erasmus Plus much less than general students. And this is another big problem, because I do profoundly believe in the importance of these exchanges. We have to get to know each other, okay? Whatever our job, hand job, brain job, whatever, whatsoever. So inclusion, as we heard before in the other panel just before, okay? I was really impressed by what the lady said. We women were not a group. Handicapped persons are not a group. Intellectual workers are not a group. Manual workers are not a group. We're one and only one society. And I think vocational education and training has a fundamental role to play in this integration process.
That's your honorable. Yes, look, when I listened, when I said, okay, you spoke about the cooperation on the lycée, the general, the technical, and the professional, no? The three things.
Yeah.
So, and a lycée is a learning place, all is nearby, and the bridge to the next is very short. Do you remember 2017 in Berlin, the CESI Academy? The special topic, I was one of the keynote speakers in this time, was vocational schools as a bridge builder between the general education schools and a bridge builder to the universities of applied science, to universities, to the enterprises. Yeah? So a connecting point. And the vocational schools are not so in the view of the political people to invest in this important bridge builder station, I say so. Yeah? And that is a big problem. But I have the hope, and that the Centers of Vocational Excellence strategy from the European Commission is the absolute right thing. But I miss in the different nations in Europe that they pick up this big theme national. It's my hope. So we as a CESI and the president and the general secretary, when they go in dialogues, I hope they bring this message and our points here. We need cooperation time. We need communication time. An example from me from Uelzen. So we have the concept, we are on the way to a world open center of vocational excellence with 360 degrees sustainability education. What they mean? We bring on the new campus the kindergarten, the primary school students, from the secondary 1 level, from the secondary 2 level, we make this place 360 degrees. We invite all for cooperated learning, lifelong learning, exchange experience, incorporation learning situations. So, last year, a kindergarten was there. We have a practical workroom for the bakery and for the cooking and for the butchers. So the nutrition department has practical rooms, workrooms, like in real companies. Yeah. And the kindergarten, the kids go together with our nutrition department teachers in the practical room. And they produced sustainable cakes for the Christmas time. Yes. And this was the first time that the kindergartens are in the vocational schools. So, and they remember, oh, a vocational school. Yeah? When they go to the general schools and they make their Abitur, they never see a practical-oriented vocational school and got the idea to make a dual qualification. That is the beginning of the preparing of the profession with cooperation projects very early. More cooperation, more information, and more communication, and that is work time for all actors. They are members of the 360 degrees education in the region, Uelzen. That is our vision we work for. For an example. So now, we make a great show, I think so. Yeah? A little applause for us. We need a little bit power. Yeah, thank you. So, and now we have a free place here. From other nations, from Italy or for Spain or other guests are here and have experience and knowledge and make a statement here. It's a chance to come here to us. We are so lonely.
Yeah, we can join us and say something about your experience and your perspective.
Yeah. And the honorar is you get the water.
No. There are any volunteers, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so it just was a chance, yeah. And
Yeah.
Luke says, okay, the time is round. But it was nice when we so from Spain or other countries here, or Italy. I know.
Maybe you've got some experience. Oh,
yeah,
yeah, thank you.
Final, yeah. then the workshop is round. When you come here at the, please a picture. No, come to us. Come to us.
Yeah.
So then the plan is ready. Yes, the big applause.
Yeah, you can say something.
Yeah, I want to share the Italy experience about vocational education because it's
Thank
changing
you.
in this year. This first year was the first year that is experimental year because we have a lot of fun from Next Generation EU, especially for the vocational education. The program is this, and they are changing the curriculum of the students because they are reducing the number of the year of the upper secondary school because the normal curriculum is about 5 years. The program that the Ministry of Instruction and Merit wants to apply is to reduce these years from 5 to 4 years. After these 2 years to in Italian, they call it the Istituto Tecnico Superiore, upper technical school, but it's completely vocational school. That is because we don't have the EQF level. In the middle from 5 and 7, we don't have it. With this one, it's possible to arrive to is upper than the degree of secondary school, but is lower than the bachelor degree.
So it is the school which is meant to prepare highly qualified professionals for the needs of the labor market, I suppose.
Yeah, of course, and it's
okay.
from the theoretical part and the practical part. But the problem is this one, that each school have the opportunity for choose to apply this reform or no. But everyone is afraid from one thing, because if you reduce the number of the years, you reduce the number of the employees.
Exactly.
And in the second part, the vocational part is not public, it's private. For this reason, the employees and the workers of a school are scared to lose the work. And also, we have another problem, because the demographic problem. If you
everywhere.
Yeah, if you add the demographic problem and also this other reform, you reduce a large number of the teachers. For this way, in all the country, maybe was around 5% of the school decide to apply the reform. Now we are in experimental way and for 3 years. After this, the minister wants to apply to all the technical and vocational schools. This one is the experience of the Italian about educational system about vocation. Thank you.
Thank you for your involvement.
There's just one point I would like to focus on because it is, to my eyes, absolutely fundamental too. It's lifelong training, okay? Training does not only belong to schools. Training also belongs to companies. Training also belongs to institutions, okay? Nowadays, I remember when I started teaching just a couple of years ago, over 50, our inspectors, because in France we have pedagogic inspectors, they thought, okay, 3 minutes for reviewing last week's class, 5 minutes to introduce new vocabulary, 5 minutes for grammar, 10 minutes for speaking, and so on and so forth. We were supposed to do so. Just imagine the revolution that occurred this half century. It's completely different because we have, at last, understood that training is not just one moment. Training lasts, okay? And just imagine, as I said yesterday, 40% of the jobs in 2050 do not really exist now, 25 years before. Imagine the transformation. Our training, our school system will have to live a full revolution, because if we don't, we just shall be lost. And we lose for our future, because other countries outside Europe, they're ready. And they're doing the job already. So we must not miss that train, because there won't be a second train. As I said on a T-shirt yesterday, there is no B-planet. Okay, we have to see that. And in this frame, vocational training, vocational schools are absolutely fundamental, because we have to keep our young generation into job, into a working position. So schools, as I also said yesterday, we cannot teach everything in a school. We can teach you how to deal with a problem. We can teach you how to do a particular job. But how to put this screw into this part of the car does not belong to the education system, belongs to the companies. So we have to work together, and this is fundamental too. So lifelong training is the way, I believe.
Yes. Look, thank you very much for this important point. So I think we are round.
Yes. Yeah.
And I say thank you very much.
Thank you.
To Luc and Antonello.
Thank you.
And to all
the audience. Yeah.
Plenum. Yes. A vocational school is and vocational learning places, not only schools, the enterprise and other things too, is a working, a living and a learning room, a learning place. Living, working and learning. And living, peaceful together in the classroom. Yesterday, I have my final speeches to my Abiturienten and Fachoberschüler. Also they got yesterday. I bring 100 final examination certificates to the students. And I said, you was here 2 or 3 years by us and got now the certificates. You were an important factor that we are a real living, learning and working place. And the living, the peaceful living together, when two persons are peaceful, that's the beginning of peace, of SDG 16. And when you live peaceful in the classroom, in the learning room, yeah?
But there should be a dialogue between those two people as well.
Yeah, but it's begin with two people, yeah? And it's go in every learning place, in the enterprise the same, yeah? When the workers in the enterprise are not working peaceful together by a customer, then you have a problem. The image from the company is destroyed. When two workers are come in conflict, yeah, in a hand conflict. I have this situation in the painter company. Yeah, both workers are away. Yeah? They can't. Aggressive and handcraft aggressive in the workplace. It's not good for the image for the company. No. So and then this mission, peaceful learning places. Yeah, SDG 16. Yeah, cooperation SDG 17. Cooperation, communication, cooperation. The future skills with AI. I told it in the last round. That is the essential things what we must bring to all learning places. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the actors, and I wish you a very good
time afterwards.
And, to go, journey back home, and
Take care.
May I have some remark, the last remark about vocational education, because we talked a lot about it, and you've got to remember, you've got to bear in mind that vocational education and training has to meet certain conditions. And one of the most important conditions is to meet the labor market needs, because the labor market needs nowadays are very much different from those in 2 years' time, not even 5, right? But in 2 years' time, I don't know, maybe next year we've got to have different labor market needs in certain regions. So that's what we've got to remember about. Thank you. Thank you for your involvement.
Welcome back, everyone. Can I ask the workshop moderators to already join me on the podium? Yes, the workshop moderators, if you would mind joining me on the podium. Yes, Raluca, yeah, too. Yes, please. Can you stay here, Stefan? Stefan, would you mind sitting here, because we're going to do the session about the workshop. Oh, I mean, feel free to. It's okay. think it's okay. I mean, there's no formal order. Okay, that looks nice for the photo. Good. Well, welcome back. I hear Klaus is still doing his magic with the bell. So I propose that we wait till he finishes and everyone is back in the room. Please feel free again to sit in front as well. He waited. So welcome back, everyone. Please come in. Hope you all got something to drink as well. Please take your seats. Thank you. Well, now that the official pictures has been taken, let us indeed go to the feedback from the workshops. I walked around a little bit and I had the impression that all three your workshops were very lively. I think there was a lot of very important also feedback coming from CESI members and very good exchanges happening overall. So what I will ask all of you is to first provide me with, let's say, 5-minute maximum feedback about what were the main outcomes of your workshop. And then, of course, I would be very happy to engage in a conversation about what things perhaps struck you, or perhaps the audience coming in. So let me perhaps, Stefan, first go to you, because you had very important learnings about the need for vocational education and training, and you very vividly illustrated how the VAT system works in Germany. So can you give us a few insights and a summary of what the main outcomes and findings of the workshop were?
Yes, after my introduction...
Yes.
Yesterday I worked without a microphone in my hall, I give the certificates to the students, so I don't use this. But
especially for the live stream, it will be important that people not only see you but also hear you.
That's the problem. I know. That's it. Yes. After my introduction about what is VET, what is vocational education sustainable development, what is the Center of Vocational Excellence, what are the excellence criteria, and so on, I invited Dagmara from Poland and Luc from France, and at last Antonello from Italia come here to the sitting places, and we share the experience about what's going on with the vocational education dual system in the different, now 4 countries in Europe, and what kind of experience is there. An important point is that Dagmara told that when they started with the dual system 7 years ago, they don't realize a real cooperation between the vocational schools and the practical enterprises. When the students alone by the enterprises, no teachers were there. And so when we see the Osnabrück Declaration for Vocational Education Training in Europe from 2020, it's 5 years ago, this declaration wrote down that it's necessary to have a lot of cooperation, and the cooperation is a success factor that we have a successful dual vocational education training in the different nations. And not only between the enterprise and the vocational school, other partners, stakeholders from the vocational education training area must be integrated by the learning arrangements and the settings. So academic and non-academic learners and teachers together on the learning place. That is real cooperation from vocational education training. But we need communication time, cooperation time, and it's work time. And it costs money for the administration. The mission comes from the administration, from the law, and so on. And so we are discussing about the funding. And we discussed about the point that the European Commission and the Erasmus Plus program support this idea with their possibilities. But yes, in the national area, they invest in this cooperation idea to bring more cooperation on the floor. The national states in Germany is the same, and the federal states, there's no real pressure there and power. So more action is necessary, is one of the discussion results, to realize more cooperation to create cooperative learning situations for vocational education training. Also not only dual cooperation vocational education training is a future view. So, and Luc told about the lycées. So a lycée is a learning center for general, for technical and for the professional, so nearby. So when we create learning places and then the bridge from the general education to the professional or to the technical is very short. Yeah? Vocational education learning places and schools are bridge builder. Yeah? 2017 we had a CESI Academy conference in Berlin. I was the keynote speaker and I described what kind of bridge building is there. So the vocational school built a bridge from the general schools to the vocational school and from the vocational school to the enterprises, and we make the bridge to the universities of applied science, to the universities, to the companies. So we are like a cross, and this is one point. But then I described, that was what I told 2017. The new vision from what kind of Center of Vocational Excellence, or what is a Center of Vocational Excellence? World open and with 360 degrees sustainability education. Yeah, it's a brand mark, but what's going on? For example, this Center of Vocational Excellence, the kindergarten groups come in and go to the practical rooms for the bakery. We have this, we do this. And the nutrition department and the teachers from the nutrition department go together with the workers from the kindergarten together in this practical bakery room. This is preparing for profession, experience, yeah. In the youngest so lifelong learning is the same. Older people, adult training on the Center of Vocational Excellence. Lifelong learning, come together in cooperation. That is around. Not only bridge building, no, real cooperation, lifelong learning cooperation. That is one of the discussion points, and from Italy it comes the final information that in the doing in Poland and in France the same. It's the problem that the enterprise come to vocational schools or in schools in general. There's not the historical thing there like in Germany. We make that over 190 years. I had a video about the historical development about that. So, and to transfer this vocational historical built-up system over 1, 2, 3, 7 years, it's not possible. There's no experience there, no culture there, and that's the problem. And that's one point of the discussion points that in Italy is the same. Yeah, it gives some funding programs, but it's not so easy to realize this, and it is. And the view of the 360 degrees of our centers of vocational excellence. It gives not real action plans for this final view for the future, to bring the future skills on the floor. And the last point that Mara said, remember why we are there. Yeah, we We look to the economic sector and to the enterprises. They use workers and for the employment. So we must, in dialogue, what's going on? The time is changed, yeah? AI. The work arrangements change. The robotic, AI, and other things. How we use the time, what we have, useful to bring the right skills, the technical skills, the soft skills, and other skills for the future on the place. I hope I have the round. Yeah? Luc? Okay, thank you. He's a controller for me.
No, and it's really good to see indeed that your workshop was very inclusive, that indeed you had many different voices from different national levels. And I think also what you said about the scale and the speed of these transformation happenings is very important. And brings me to you, Sarah, because you had a workshop focusing on active labor markets policy in the car industry and also how the car industry is dealing with the green and digital transition. So what were your main learnings?
So basically what we showed in the workshop was actually how active labor market policies are crucial and needed for a sector that is being highly hit by different type of transitions altogether, so joint disruption. And what we saw as well is that we needed active labor market policies that has guidelines from the EU, but then is coordinated at national and local level, because what we said is that, yes, we have, a European labor market, but when we have a series of local labor markets that move and shift depending on the sector and which companies are in that local territories. So we have different dynamics that happen in the labor market. So active labor markets need to be tailored and coordinated at local level and regional level. One thing that we all said, because we had a little game where two groups had 1 million euros and had to come up with an active labor market policy. Not enough money. So that is the truth. The funding is never enough. It's always too little. Therefore, it becomes even more important that the little money that we have is truly targeted to those people that need it. And it is targeted in a way that creates a life learning experience that is not just about learning, but is also about lifelong employability. So we need to learn to link lifelong learning with lifelong employability and make the workers be able to shift from labor market to different sectors. And we also stress the importance of trade union agreements, because we saw, especially through certain type of funding that is available as a national scheme, that you can access that scheme through trade unions agreements. Where trade unions agreement actually plan and co-design the training plan with the company. So the workers there actually tell the company what they need in order to be able to stay in that company, but also be able to move maybe to a different company, a local level. So to see the job skills that are needed for that worker to be employable within its company, but also within the companies in their local territory, so to be able to shift in case of a layoff. And that was really important for us. And then we also talked about how to not only attract young talent, but also be able to retain them in the job market and retain them within the company. So we also talked then about schemes on rotation and also being able not to lose the know-how, because a lot of active labor market policy actually shift the workers through early retirement in order to have younger workers coming in. But we're losing a lot of know-how. That is something that we're seeing in the automotive sector, and we have to make sure that, yes, we accompany people to early retirement when it's needed, but we need to make sure that we do not lose the know-how and the professionalism that they detain. That professionalism and that know-how needs to be shifted to the younger workers. So there is to be a kind of on-the-job training that happens through the older workers that actually for maybe 1 or 2 years are put together with the younger workers, and through maybe reduced working hours and with national subsidies, they keep on getting the wages, but they're doing training for the younger workers. They're not actually doing their own job, but they are shifting their know-how and their professionalism. That is something that we talked in our workshop as well. So in general, we said the active labor market policy should be tailor-made, that we need more funding, and that we need to look at all of the different aspects of the labor market that now entails different kind of themes and sectors and policies. So industrial policies should work in hand with labor policy and social policies.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Annalisa and Raluca, I mean, you talked about the inclusion of Ukrainian refugees in the labor market, which is a very important topic, because yesterday we indeed discussed, especially when it comes to inclusive approaches, that especially when it comes to refugees and migrants, there is often the framing, which also is quite toxic in the current context with a lot of radical right parties expressing themselves on the topic of migration, that economically, let's say, inactive people are seen as a burden for systems. So how did you discuss that in your workshop, and what were the main takeaways?
No, and I think it's your point about framing came up quite prominently also in our conversation, indeed, which, by the way, was a great one, very interactive, with a lot of different perspectives. And going to your point about framing, I think what came out very clearly is that there's also a lot of, rather than thinking of inactive, it's rather a sort of untapped potential that we need to think about in that context. Untapped potential that through policy choices, can have different results. So we looked at the case of Ukrainian refugees, and what came out is that, in a sense, there's a lot of good practices and good examples that came from the situation, but some remaining barriers and challenges as well. And I think that was what made the conversation very rich, because I think at the policy in EU level, speaking about, let's say, migration policy, the activation of the temporary protection for Ukrainian displaced people was definitely, a good policy. But then it's very interesting to see, when it comes then to the integration, what results that gave compared to, other refugees groups, and whether, it's a whole, let's say, black and white picture of there are more nuances. And spoiler alert, there are more nuances. And that goes, really to the three categories of things that we looked at. We looked at, indeed, at status. So the temporary protection status gave a lot of positive results in terms of immediate access to the labor market, in terms of activation of active labor market policies that supported, for example, language training, and supported skills development and recognition of qualification. And also gave access to important socioeconomic rights in other sectors that, of course, functional also to the integration of refugees. Think of housing, for example. And then what was also highlighted is that in the case of Ukrainian refugees, there was a very welcoming and whole of society approach from the start. And we did a bit of a comparison whether it was the same, in 2015 with the Syrian refugees, and how that evolved, however, differently throughout the years, and what was the implication of that. And then the third aspect that we looked into in terms of good practices was a multi-stakeholder approach that was adopted in terms of support to the labor inclusion of Ukrainian refugees. And so there are a lot of examples that also came out from the project that the DPC and CESI led on this topic, that looked at how a multi-stakeholder approach allowed to support in terms of training, in terms of information about administrative procedures, in terms of information about rights, for example, of workers, and that was really possible thanks to the work and to the support that the support that was given by the public employment services, but complemented also, and there's a multi-stakeholder element, by civil society, diaspora organizations, trade unions, importantly, and that was quite instrumental to successful practices. Now, coming, however, to some remaining barriers and challenges, and you can say that in some cases really the the other side of the coin. So we spoke about support to language learning, but in some cases that also meant that giving priority to learning languages, supporting learning languages, delayed, for example, the access to the labor market. So it was a good practice in terms of integration, but then a sort of like delayed practice in terms of access to the labor market. And we saw positive aspects and negative aspects as well. We spoke about recognition of qualifications and how that is still an area where a lot of improvement is needed, because that's still not the case for refugees and migrants in general. And despite higher coordination at the EU level in the case of Ukrainian refugees, here too, we observed that a lot of that there was better employment outcomes, but often underemployment situations, also due precisely to this barrier. And then coming to the status of the Temporary Protection Directive, there too, it's a little bit of a story that has two sides, because of all the positive aspects I mentioned earlier. But at the same time, it now compared to an asylum status, for example, it now really forces when the temporary protection will eventually end, it will force these people to the choice really of return or stay, and stay means being channeled into national level regimes, and that will lead to a different situation of fragmentation of different status of people, potentially gaps as well of status, and at the same time, that in a sense is also a bit delaying the conversation about, okay, what do we do to also foster the return, for very good reason, for a pragmatic reason, that the conflict is obviously still ongoing in Ukraine. And so it's until that's the case, there is a commitment from the EU level to continue the temporary protection. But then, in terms of policies, of also labor market inclusion and support, it's interesting to think of how to reconcile these two objectives of continuing the support of the integration of Ukrainians in the European labor market, but think already at the return and how to foster the skills also that will be needed for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Sorry, Luca, it was a bit longer than...
No, it's very good. I mean, Raluca, I guess that you want to add from your perspective as well, because CESI work with EPC, so...
I think we are on the same page. The workshop was very stimulating, and as already mentioned by Ana Luisa, the importance of having the right policies to begin with led to successful trajectories in refugee reception, integration, and who knows, maybe return. So I think in our workshop, we really highlighted the importance of having the right policies to begin with. The funding was also mentioned, and of course, the role of civil society, trade union organizations in helping individuals in assessing their own trajectory story, their access to different services. And here I was very happy to see that all the participants in the workshop had related personally to the story of refugees from Ukraine, and that shows a lot. We've heard many integration stories from public services, from customs, from post and telecom. We also learned a lot about the limitations so that we can formulate some policy recommendations. But all in all, it was a very positive case compared to other groups which do not benefited from the same European positive approach to migration. And I think one important aspect which stayed with me was also the fact that for the future we need to do more advocacy for the mutual recognition of skills, regardless of how to say the legal status of the people, because as far as I understood also from yesterday's talks, underemployment is a serious issue, and I think trade unions have an important role to play in leveraging and bridging this gap. So I think that's all from us.
Well, thank you very much, and I think you make a very important point, because we need more fact-based discussions about what works and what doesn't work, and where people with a migrant background, be it from Ukraine or indeed broader, need upskilling and reskilling. And I think in the current political context, it's not an easy one. But like our colleague Alberto wrote earlier this week, let's make migration boring again, in the sense that let's have a fact-based discussion and not one that's driven by emotions. So thanks also for bringing that in. I think it's very important. But as you said, Raluca, I've been walking around and I've seen that the workshops were very interactive. So I would like to turn to you. Is there anyone who would like to share perhaps what you shared during the workshops, or bring up anything that we haven't discussed yet? Klaus, I see your hand. And I think there must be a mic.
This one?
I think he's getting it there. Genau.
Yeah, sorry. Everything has been said, but not by everyone. So, but to come back to, I think, because that is the quintessence to my mind, also what we're discussing here, also when we think of the Activate project, the involvement of other partners, and not only, if you Google that or whatever you say, government programs. No, it's much more than that. It's a really holistic approach first, but also a multi-partner approach. And I think the example from Italy that you apply as an employer together with unions, otherwise you're not even entitled to apply for funds from support from a fund, shows exactly that with the participation of trade unions, you're even how vital it is, but also how useful it is, but how socially, how could I say, peaceful it can happen. And this is where we really, because that's what I said at the beginning, it's not only about defending a job, it's not only about defending an increase or salary or whatever, it is about, somebody said that defending the future of your member or of the employee. So that is why I thought this is a really good practical example, which hopefully finds a lot of, I don't know how common it is in different countries, but I think this is really a striking example how things can be done by employers and by unions to the benefit of the future of the employee. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much, Klaus, and you're offering me the perfect segue to summarizing and finalizing this session, because we have a few minutes left before indeed we go to Javier. And what I would like to hear from all of you, and just briefly, because this is something that potentially we could speak about the whole afternoon, but we were saying that indeed it would be good to close with a call for action. Because all of you at national level, in a trade union setting or in a different setting, you bring a wealth of knowledge. You know what works and what doesn't work. And sometimes in conferences or conversations like this, we assess the political context, we speak about what's happening at the EU level, and then we go, we have a nice drink, and we say bye. And I think it would be really nice and important also in the context of Activer to perhaps think from your perspective, if you were asked what you think needs to be done by policymakers, what would be your call for action? And perhaps starting with you, Stefan, just again in perhaps a minute or two maximum. Which is not easy.
It's a problem with a minute, so complex. The vocational education system is so complex, and the future from this is so complex. We need more national. This was one point of our workshop. We need more national and regional invests in the learning places for vocational education training to realize the union of skills. Then the union of skills lives from learning places for vocational education training. So, and it's not enough to get money from the European Union, EU Commission about Erasmus+. More co-founding, more invests, and more support for the learners, And for the teachers, I say learning designing to my teachers. They create learning situations and learning arrangements, not lessons. It is learning, not teaching, the message. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Annalisa.
So I think if I have to pick one call of action, I would say perhaps really a multi-stakeholder and whole of society partnership for labor inclusion. I think that would be and funding that supports that approach. And so going back to the example of labor inclusion of Ukrainian refugees, how in some initiatives the collaboration between the public sector, the public services, with, and I forgot to mention earlier, and Klaus mentioned here, coming from another angle, but it absolutely applied also to the case of Ukrainian refugees, the private sector employers, with the trade unions, but also with the civil society and diaspora organizations. Obviously, in the case of inclusion of refugees and migrants, those are key. And these partnerships will look differently in different cases and in different member states and in different communities. And so we need to find, so the call for action is really think of that approach, but with the flexibility that you can implement it differently in different places, because they will look differently. And we saw that when there was a bottom-up approach to that, then that partnership worked. When it was sort of like a model of that came from, let's say, from very high up, of coordination of governments at the government level, and then trying to reach down, the uptake was less. And so I think that needs to be complemented with really looking at the reality on the ground.
Thanks, Annalisa. Sarah.
Well, I'm going to link my call for action to what Annalisa just said. We need more funding that is co-created, co-designed, co-managed. That it means workers are involved from the very beginning. They're not just receiving at the end, they're receiving basically what has been done to them, so the consequences and what has been decided for them. They need to be involved. So co-manage, co-design, co-create.
Very well put. Thanks, Sarah. Raluca.
It's very hard to follow up on that, but
there's no competition.
That would be the call, to get involved, no matter at what stage and in what capacity. Educate yourself, because that's a never-ending story. Lifelong learning needs to become the reality of everyone in a learning environment. And get involved, be assertive, don't underestimate or overestimate yourself, position yourself according to the law and the frameworks available, because we do have quite a lot of things covered by European law and frameworks, and we should be proud in tapping into those frameworks available. And yes, get involved no matter at what stage, and be active part of the change management, not on the sidelines. So really position yourself correctly and be assertive in tapping into all the resources available which exist, including active resources, publications, projects, funding, and so on. And we are always there to help as support services from the trade union side.
Well, many, many thanks to all four of you for leading the workshops, and also for this conversation to bring in indeed these calls for actions. So please join me in applause for all four of you. You can, yes. Now we come to the closing remarks. So indeed, you can take your seat if you wanted to, because I'm very happy to announce closing remarks by Javier Jordan de Uriés, the Vice President of CESI from the Spanish Central Independent and Public Employees Trade Union. Javier, as always, it's a pleasure to have you. I know that you're very good at talking and that you can do that a lot, but I think perhaps for 10 minutes or so, could you please indeed provide you with our opening remarks? Thank you.
Don't worry, I'll be brief. As we are about to start a well-deserved weekend and have spent several hours debating this important issue of jobs quality, I think I have to be brief, don't worry. These closing remarks are not so easy task given the intense activity that has taken place here between yesterday and today at the CESI summer days. I will try to do my best. What I first want to say is I've learned a lot from all of you. And I have really hard task in going back to Spain and explain my colleagues what is this about, what is about job quality and the things that we have to do as a trade union in Spain. As Klaus Hüger said in his opening speech, this event was born from a motion of CESI member organization, COMSAL, at the 2020 CESI Congress, which led to an Activer project, to the Activer project. It was inspired by the European Commission's recommendations on effective active support to employment and comes in a timely moment while we are facing significant changes in the labor market. However, we cannot lose sight of the fact that the labor market has been in continuous evolution since its origins hundreds of years ago. Perhaps now we are experiencing a much more pronounced and accelerated process of transformation marked by the green, digital, industrial transformation and demographic transitions, and the need to face the challenges posed by what has come to be known as the perma-crisis. Secondly, when we talk about active labor market policies, we are faced with a redundancy, because in the current context, a labor market policy aimed at attracting citizens who are unemployed or inactive or who need adequate training to provide their service is either active or ineffective. Ultimately, what we are talking about is combining two needs, those of citizens who need decent jobs and have the right to them, and those of employers who need qualified workers willing to work. At the end of the day, it is not only work, but social inclusion. And in this regard, we have to pay attention to prevent any kind of discrimination and prejudice that leaves certain groups, part of the society, out of the labor market in a person-centered approach, as it has been defined this morning. In fact, the very word active is a wake-up call for all stakeholders, from employers to unions, policymakers, and NGOs. It is unacceptable that the money allocated for training programs is inaccessible to small and medium-sized enterprises, which are majority in the industrial and service sectors of many EU countries, due to the lack of knowledge or excessive bureaucracy. On the other hand, we must demand that the administrations prevent training programs from being implemented just because the money is there, and something must be done. We must demand training geared toward the real needs of the public service being provided, and to achieve this, it is essential to analyze previous training programs and understand those needs on the ground. Funds are important, but at the same level, it is how the funds are used. And it is in this area that trade union must play an essential role through social dialogue, which is one of the keys to the success of active employment policies. We are not alone. International organizations such as the ILO and the European Commission itself are making an enormous effort to provide member states, civil society and citizens with the tools and guidelines to implement these active employment policies. But this effort must be supported by trade unions, employers and NGOs' proactive action on the ground. Public employment services plays a key role as well. They need to be proactive and well coordinated at national, European and international level in this global world. From this perspective, it is essential that trade unions, employers' organizations and NGOs actively participate in the consultation processes prior to the adoption of legislative measures. Ultimately, as discussed yesterday, the responsibility to prevent workers from being left behind or simply excluded from accessing the labor market in this context of transformation lies in all stakeholders, policymakers, trade unions, employers, organizations, and NGOs. As a trade unionist, I believe we must broaden our focus to while still serving those who are working, analyze the situation of those who are not working and the reasons why they cannot or they do not want to access to the labor market. Once this assessment is complete, it is needed our participation as trade unions in the planning and implementation of effective and efficient active employment policies. This is not only by collaborating in obtaining data or participating in consultation, but also capacity building, raising awareness and foster a culture of the need of the reskill, upskill, long life learning in order to get quality jobs in the future. In a world of changes, we need to change mindset. At this point, training programs are very important, but it is also key to analyze the economic or social problems that prevent mobility or job acceptance. Anyway, it's not all bad news. We are facing a structural change in EU labor market, but it is not a horror movie, as shown by the data released by Eurofound and the ILO regarding employment growth in recent years, despite scathing announcements about, for example, the impact of artificial intelligence in jobs. This data send us a message of hope. It's not Bob the Air Klaus, but it's hope. But they also require all stakeholders to carefully consider their steps, foster social dialogue, and face the future from the perspective of guarantees and opportunities, without leaving the pillar of social rights aside. Data are critical to see not only the current photograph of labor market, but what is even more important, to see the evolution of it in order to be the base of the decision that the lawmakers should take. There is still much more work to do together in this goal of achieving quality jobs through the union of skills. And now, to close the event, a big thank first of all to Elizabeth for the great moderation. Thank you to all the panelists for sharing their thoughts, findings, and well-founded opinions on this critical issue for our future in the short and the long term. Thank you to Bush Awel staff for making us once again so comfortable. Thank you for the technicians for a perfect sound and technical support that make our work, panelist and moderator, easier. Thank you. Thank you to our colleagues of CESI Secretariat for organizing what we can say a clásico in the Brussels summer kickoff. Thank you. I'm from Real Madrid, so the clásico I have inside me. Thank you. Thank you all of you for attending, all of you here, and the people who is following the streaming broadcast. Once again, for attending these CESI Summer Days. For those who are coming from abroad, we hope you have a safe trip home, and for everyone, have a wonderful weekend. We are looking forward to see you soon, here in Brussels or anywhere in our complex, but always beloved Europe. And of course, I hope to see you all and more people in the 6th edition of CESI Summer Days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Javier, and I think indeed you said it all very well. Many thanks to all of you, to CESI members, to everyone involved for coming here, to Klaus and his colleagues for preparing this all so well. And indeed, I think, as is the tradition, we end with a light lunch. So I really would like to invite you to stay a little bit more. And also, I mean, as Javier said, please note already the 6th edition of the Summer Days in your calendar for June 2026. Many thanks and hope to keep in touch.